Hello friends, welcome to Nihira Techiees. This is our reactjs complete tutorial and this video is suitable for both experienced developers and also beginners. So here I'm going to cover most of the individual topics with some proper examples. At the end we can see one real-time examples. So before going to start this session, one thing I can say confidently, if you completely watch this video, you can contribute any real-time project that is developed using React.js. So first let me provide some introduction. So React is an open source front-end JavaScript library. It is maintained by Meta. The latest version is 18.2 that only we are going to see today. And today's world, around 2 million live websites are using this React.js application. Not only small companies, even some big companies like Apple, Netflix, PayPal, they also developing their softwares using this React.js. And this React.js is supporting for web application and also mobile application. And if you want to learn this React.js, you should have the basic knowledge of HTML, CSS, and if you have the knowledge in JavaScript, that is more than fine. Now let me move on the advantages. So React is a single page application. So using React, we can develop web and mobile application. It provides cross-platform support and reusability of components. So for the better UI, we can use Bootstrap and also the Material UI. React.js is designed to provide the high performance in mind. The core of framework offers the virtual DOM program and server-side rendering. So nowadays we have a lot of client-side technologies like Angular, React.js and Vue.js. If you check all the technologies, everything have their own pros and cons. But if you are looking about the performance, the React is the better choice. Okay. Okay, these are the some basic advantages. Now let me show you what are the topics today we're going to see. The first one is React introduction, already we have seen, and then advantages of React.js that also completed. And the third one is system setup that includes some software installation and npm package installation. And the fourth one is creating our first React.js application. So once we have the application, let me explain the folder structure and all the files. What are the files are doing which action? And then components, so it includes how to create the components and how to use the components in our application. And this event handling, so it includes how to declare the events and how to pass the parameters and especially how to bind the events in our HTML controls. Okay, and let me move on the next slide. Okay, then hooks in React.js. So basically hooks are playing very important role in the React.js application. So you have the different types like use state, use effect, use navigate. So we can see everything with some proper examples. Then we can create some custom hooks also. And then props, and props also one of the important topic. And then routing. So routing also playing major role in this React.js application. And then next we can move some functionality related topics. How to load the listing or grid using the array data, and then how to use JSON server in reactjs application, and then consuming data from the API, how to create the forms and how to apply the validation, and finally how to handling the HTTP request. It includes put, post, delete and get request. And the designing purpose we can use this Bootstrap. So I will tell you how to install the Bootstrap and what are the steps we're supposed to follow. And the next thing is error handling. So basically, if you are consuming the API or else doing some operation, obviously we will get some error. So how we are going to handle in our React.js application. And then React Dev Tools, it is basically used for some debugging kind of activities. And then Toast notification. So actually this is one of the third-party library providing some good look and feel with the notifications. And then consuming secure .NET Core Web API and also passing JWT token and data storage. It includes the local storage and session storage. So finally, in our real-time examples, so the application name is React Authentication using JSON-Server API. So it includes the below functionalities: registration, login, user activation by admin user, role-based authentication, handling add, edit, view, delete, access by the user role permission. Obviously, this application going to cover the CRUD operations in React.js. Okay. Now let me move on system setup and installation. The first thing is we have to install the latest version of Node.js. So here I have shared the link for downloading this Node.js. So here you can see the latest version is 18.14. So based on your OS, download these packages and you have to install it. So it is calculating the space requirement. Then click next and accept the license agreement. Okay, the installation gets completed. So once the installation completed, we can check from our command prompt. So you can see the version 18.14 is installed. And the second step is we have to install the package of create react app. So let me copy this command. So we are installing globally. So this package installation also takes some time. Okay, the installation gets completed. For this one also we can verify which version is installed. So let me take this command npm view react version. See, the installed version is 18.12. This is actually a latest version only. Okay, this is fine. And next we have to install this Visual Studio Code. So this one also free. Just to go to the browser and search like Visual Studio Code and click this download link. So based on your OS, download the packages and install it. Okay. So in my machine already I have installed it. And the next thing is we have to install only extension simple react snippet. So just to go to your Visual Studio Code, search like simple react snippet. Yeah, this is the first one. So in my case already I have installed. So if you are new, so you have the option for install, just to click and install it. Okay. And the final one is React Developer Tool. So this is the add-on for the browser only. See this one. Just to search and add this add-on also. So it will be helpful for extracting our components in the browser itself. Okay. So this is all about the installation. Now we can create our first application. Okay. So for creating the application, we have to use this command npx create react app and our application name. So let me copy this command. Okay, this is the path I'm going to create my application. And next let me copy this command. Okay, the installation gets completed. Now let me open the application in Visual Studio Code. Okay, this is our application. Now let me run the application. So in this new terminal, let me execute the command of npm start. Okay, now our application is running. It is in the port number of 3000. Okay, now our application is running in the port number of 3000. So let me copy this URL. Okay, our application is running. Then just to click this land react, it is redirecting the official link of reactjs. And here you will get the complete information kind of notes. Okay, now let me move on the application. We can make our first changes. So before that, let me share the folders list of this reactjs application. So the first folder is node model. So basically it is having all the dependencies. We are not going to make any changes here. And the second one is public. So here we have some logos and index.html. So this is actually our starter file. Okay. So here you just note this div section. Okay. So in this div only, whatever content we have, that means whatever things we are developing, it should be rendered here only. I will tell you the connectivity little later. And the next folder is source. This is a very important folder because our all the development related changes we are going to do in this folder only. So here the starting point is index.js. Okay. So in this index.js, if you noted, we are accessing this root div. Root div, usually this root div is available in the folder of, not a folder, in the HTML file, index.html file. Okay, so the same div only we are accessing in our JS file. Okay, and then root.render app. So here this app is nothing but a component. Okay, and here you can see this react.strict mode. Basically this feature is used for developers for identifying the warnings and any errors. If there is any warning, we can see in this developer tools. Okay, that's the way we have this strict mode option. And this app is nothing but component, as I already mentioned. So this is the default component. Okay, basically we can create a number of component, and this is our default component. So in the top of that you can see we have one CSS. So this is the one. Okay, so if you have some styles that is specified for only the particular component, we can use this kind of CSS. Okay, and in this return section we can see this HTML content, and if you want return any functions, you can write in this place. Okay, that we will see little later. And the next file is app.test.js. So basically this file is used for the unit testing. Okay, the structure is similar to the Angular application. If you are familiar with an Angular, there also we can see the similar structure only. The only difference is, so in this Angular application, we will have the separate file for HTML and writing the logics. So here we can write both in the same file itself. Okay, and the next thing is index.css. So this is the global CSS. So if you want to apply some styles that should be applied for the whole application, you can use this index.css file. And this index.js file is the startup file, already we have seen. Then one logo. Okay, these are some kind of basic configuration. These are not that much important. And this one is the setup test.js. So basically it is used for executing our test cases. And finally package and package log.json. So in this package.json we can see the dependencies with the version, and in the log file we will have the complete information. The particular package have any dependencies and it is resolved by which URL, that all complete information should be available in the package.json. Okay, this is all about the folder structure. Now we can make our first change. Okay, so this is our default component. Here what I'm going to do, let me remove all the items. So instead of that, I'm going to have one h1 tag. Welcome to Nihira Techiees. See, the text is changed. Okay, and we have one warning. Logo is defined but it's never used. Okay, because we have added just now I have removed, right? That's what I'm getting this warning. See, now the warning also got resolved. Okay, now let me go to the topics. So what are the things we have completed? We can mark as here green color. Okay, and the components. So components are independent and reusable bit of codes that already we know. It's a kind of building block of our application. So we can reuse, that is the main advantage. So in this React.js, basically we have two types of component. One is the class component and another one is the functional component. Now let me tell you how to create the component. It is just a JS file only. Right click. The first name should be capital. Then click SFC, stateless functional component. And here you have to provide the component name. App header. Okay, so actually here I given us the add header, so let me change the name. It's fine. And in this return section you have to include the HTML tag. Now our component is ready, so here we can use some links. home, contact, customer, and then we can call this app header in our app component. App header. Okay, let me save this one. Okay, href attribute is required. Okay, that's fine. So once we are completed our routing section, we can give the exact link. See, here we have the three links. So we're supposed to include some CSS, then only it should be good. And one more thing, so basically in the HTML, for adding any classes we have to use the attribute of class, but in the React application we supposed to use the class name. Okay, so let me see. Okay, great. Currently we have the three menus. Now let me focus on the routing session, so after that we can focus on the other topics. Okay, so in this reactjs, router is the not inbuilt property, so we have to install it manually. So let me take this command, react router DOM. We can open one more terminal, the installation in progress. So basically if you are installing any new packages, better you have to rerun the application. Okay, the installation gets completed. Now let me go to our app.js. So here I am going to use the browser router. See, it is belongs to reactor router DOM. Top of that it is imported. So inside we have to use this routes. So inside this route section, we can include the individual route. So before that, we have to create the separate component for each and every route. So already we have this app header, and the similar way, I'm going to create the next component is home. The steps are same only, SFC. We can provide one small text, that is fine initially. Or else we can give like h2 react.js and the next component is for contact. So our email ID is nihira@techiees@gmail.com. Okay, and the final one is customer. Okay, this is fine. Our components are gets created. Now we can create the individual routes. So before that, let me move this app header into inside the browser route. So in this route section, first we have the path. Okay, so the default value is empty for the home component. For adding the component, we have to use this element option, and yeah, component is home only. Okay, we have added one route. The similar way I'm going to include two more routes, that is for contact and also our customer page. Contact, then customer. Okay, now we have completed. So let me include this route value in our links also.
The first one is empty, and the next one is contact, and the third one is customer. So let me rerun the application. Okay, in this home page, we are getting this reactjs 18.12 tutorial. Basically, it is coming from our home component. So if I'm clicking this contact, see, we have this contact information, and in this customer, we have this customer listing. And if you clearly noted, if I'm clicking any link, the page also got refreshed, you see. So it is refreshing, okay. So basically, it will create the performance issue, and for the single page application, it is not a better way, okay. So for resolving this one, instead of using this anchor tag, we can use the link option. So that should be provided by the React router DOM only. So let me use the link. So it is having two options. So in this two, we have to provide the route path and then the text. Okay. So the same way we can apply for other two also. Contact and customer. So currently you can see there are six links. The first three are generated using the link tag, and the next three are generated using our anchor tag. Okay. So if I'm clicking this home, see the text is changed and it is not refreshed. Okay. When this contact also, see the content is changed and the URL also changed, but the page is not refreshed. And this customer also. Now I'm going to our anchor tag. See the complete page got refreshed. Okay. So we can remove the anchor tag related things. Okay, this is the basic routing, and the next step is we have to pass some parameters through the routing. Okay, for doing this one, let me define one more route. So we can use the same customer component only. We can have one parameter. The parameter name is code. Okay, now let me save this one. So in this application, I'm going to pass some value 100. Okay, it will be working only. And in case if I'm not added this route, it will be automatically throwing an error. See, so we have the default text welcome to Nihira Techiees only, but other than that, the things not coming from the customer component. So if you go to the console, you can see the error. No routes matched for the location, customer 100. Okay. So in case if you remove, so the customer listing will come and the warning also got removed. Okay. So that's what we are including this route. So once we are passing the value at the same time, we can get the value also, that I will tell you a little later. And before that, we can complete one more thing. And if there is none of the route is matched, we have to redirect into our 404 page, page not found page. Okay. For doing this one, I am going to create one more component first. Error.js, and we can have one div, and we can say page not found. Okay, this is our error page. Let me include in our routing section. The steps are same only, but it is having one small difference. So in this path, you have to specify star, that's it. And then in the element section, you have to choose our component. The component name is error only. Okay. Let me save this one. So currently I'm in the customer page, so I can go to the home and this contact. So if I'm giving about, basically we don't have any route. See, it is simply redirected into our 404 page not found. Okay. So this is all about the routing section, and in the routing point of view, so whatever value we have passed through the routing that we supposed to get in our component side, so that I will cover little later. Okay. Now let me go to the topic section once again. So the component we have completed, and then here the routing also completed. Now let me move on the hooks and also the event handling. So first let me complete the event handling. This is the very easiest topic. So let me take this home component. Okay. So first let me define one event constant and the function name handle click. Okay. So in the console we can add some text. And then let me create one button. So in this button we can bind this event. Okay. For the event binding we have to use this on click and then specify the event name. That's it. Okay. So basically for any event binding we have to use this bracket section also, but here in this React application you should be used like this only. Okay. So initially in this console section we don't have anything, so once I'm clicked this click, see the click is coming, and initially I said you do not include this parenthesis like this. The reason is if you are including while binding time itself it should be executed. Okay. So let me save this one. I just added. I'm going to just refreshing. Even I'm not at clicked, but it is coming 2 times. Okay. So that's what we are including like this. Then obviously you will have one question in case how to pass the parameters if you do like this. So that also see. So I just added one parameter is called name. So the name only I am putting in this console. So here we can use the anonymous function. So using this anonymous function we can pass the value. Okay. So let me refresh once again. So initially we don't have any value. So if I'm clicking, so the entity tag, whatever thing I have passed, it's coming like this. See. So in this way we can pass the parameters. It's not a single parameters. We can pass the multiple parameters also. See Ravi 30. So we have passed two values. Both the values we are able to access. Okay. Now let me tell you how to do the data binding. Okay. So in this H2 element, I have added reactjs 18.2 tutorial. Okay. So that is the static value. So here what I'm going to do, let me declare one variable page title it's not on console, it's a constant. So whatever value is here, let me move into the variable, and the data binding we have to use the single curly braces. So inside that we have to pass our parameter, not a parameter in our variable. That's it. See, again you have to see the same text only. See, whatever text I have modified, it should be reflected here, right? And the one more thing, so and this data binding not only the string value, so we can do the calculation also. So let me show you. I'm going to include one more h2 tag. First I added single letter 1. It is coming 1 plus 7, 8 into 7, 49, 50. Okay. So in this way calculation also will work. But I hope the object won't work. So let me show you. We can create one object also. This is one of the object. So instead of the letters, let me include this object. Okay. It is compiled successfully. Nothing is loaded. See, we have the error. Objects are the not valid as the React child. That's what we are getting this here in error. So that's what we are getting this error. So if you want bind, then you have to use the property name. Then it will work. See, it is working fine. So this is all about the data binding and the event handling. Next, let me move on the hooks. Okay. So the hooks are functions that let you hook into React state and lifecycle features from functional component. So mainly in this React application, we will use some of the hooks. The first one is useState, then useEffect, useNavigate, and also we can create some custom hooks also. And the hooks are functions that let you hook into React states and lifecycle features from functional components. So in this React application, basically we can use some common hooks. The first one is useState hook, and another one is useEffect hook, then useNavigate, and also if required we can create some custom hooks also. First we can start it from the useState hook. So useState hook allows you to state variables in the functional components. So you can pass the initial state into the function and it is return the variable with the current state value. So let me tell you the exact advantages. So initially I have one small variable, right? So using some function I can change the value of this variable. Okay. So initially the text reactjs 18.12 tutorial is there. It is binded also. So in the runtime through the function, if I'm changing the value of this one, it's not going to reflect in our UI because it's not on the reactive variable. So for having the reactive variables only, we are using the useState. Okay. So let me show you how to do the things. So in this handle click function, I'm going to change the value of this one. reactjs tutorial. And once it's changed, I'm going to put into the console also. And before changing also, we can put into the console. Okay. We not required to pass any parameters. Let me remove it. So the initial text should be reactjs 18.2 tutorial. So once I'm clicked this one, see the text is not changed, but if you are checked in the console, okay, I'm getting some error. So assignment to the constant variable. So let me change this. So instead of this constant, let me change into let. Okay, we can refresh once again. See, so the initial value should be reactjs 18.2 tutorial. So that only we are seeing in this UI. Now the value actually changed, but it is not reflected in our UI. So now I'm going to use this useState variable here, constant. So it is kind of array. We have to use two things. The first one is variable, and the next one is one function. Then useState. So the default value. So the default value is reactjs 18.2 tutorial. Okay. So now we can command this one. And the next thing is we have to set the value, right? For setting the value, we have to use this function. And the value was the parameter. That's it. So now we are good to go. So the initial value should be reactjs 18 tutorial. So if I'm clicking this one, see it is automatically got changed. Okay. So this is all about the useState variable. So currently I have used one string. So using this useState variable, we can hold the objects list array. So any data type we can handle using this useState variable. Okay. And the second hook is useEffect hook. And the useEffect hook, it can be executed any state changes, and we can have the useEffect dependencies for doing the. Okay, this is fine. And let me move on the next hook, useEffect hook. Okay, so useEffect hook can be executed any state changes. Okay, and if you want restrict the number of execution, we can use the useEffect dependencies. Now let me show you the syntax. So it is just a kind of function only. So here we can include one console. So basically, if you want to implement some of the logic, it should be executed in the page load. So we can use this use effect option. Okay, let me format it. So it is coming two times, and as I mentioned, if there is any state change, so it should be executed. Okay, so let me click this one. See, it is coming once again, right? And now let me tell you how to apply the dependencies. So here I am going to have one more use state variable, page header. Now I'm going to change this one. Okay, and the dependency is nothing but an kind of array. So in this array I am added only this page title use state only. Just I am saved. So initially it is executed two times. So when I'm clicking this one, actually it is changing my state, but it is not executed. The reason is I have added the dependency only page title. That's what it is not triggered. In case if I'm having this page header also, so initially it is coming 2 times, so if I'm clicking, so it is coming once again. So the better practice, mostly we can have the empty dependencies, so then it should be executed only once. So then you may have the question why we are getting it is 2 times for the initial load. So the reason is, so it should be executed one time, and also in our application we are using the strict mode, so that you can see in our index.js file. Yeah, so basically it will check any warnings or any error, so that time also it should be executed once again. Okay, so basically it's not going to make any performance issue, because it is active in only dev mode. So once you are deployed, it's not going to vary anything, so it should be executed only once, so application will work fine only. Okay. Okay, this is all about the use effect hook, and our next hook is use navigate. Before that, we can complete our routing. So already we have done the routing, but only one thing is pending. We have passed some parameters through the routing, but in our component we supposed to get the value also. Let me do that now. So in our customer component, we have passed some value. Okay, so now let me get the values. For getting the value in our customer component, we have to use the use params hook, and the parameter name is code only, use params. Okay, now we can have one use effect hook, with the zero dependency. There I am going to include one console also. The customer code is, so whatever value is coming, we can pass it here. Okay, see it is coming 100. So in case if I am changing this into 101, see, so currently I've passed one parameters. The similar way we can pass the multiple parameters also for doing this one. And let me go to our routing section once again. We can have one more parameter, name. Okay, so in our component side, we can use this name. Let me refresh the screen. So initially we are passing this code only, that's what it is coming like this. And the next thing is, so if I'm giving the name, okay, again it is working. So we have to bind this name also. See, the React code is 101. So because the first parameter is React and the next one is 101. The Angular code is 101. Okay. So in this way we can pass the multiple parameters and we can get the values also in our component. Okay. And now let me move on this use navigate hook. So this use navigate hook is used to navigate one component to another component, and also it's holding all the history of navigation. So it is used to implement the programmatically redirection. So let me show you how to do the things. So currently we are in the customer page, right? Here what I'm going to do, I am going to create one function, I mean one button first, just back. Actually I'm getting some error. Yeah. So in this return, I am having the multiple HTML tag. So basically we should have only one main tag. Inside that we can have the multiple tags. That's all about the concept here. So let me move everything inside the div, okay? And we can have an on click event. And let me define the event also. Before that, let me format it. So in this click event, I am going to use the use navy hook. So before that, let me define the hook. Constant navigate, use navigate, okay? So in this event, I can put the history. So currently I'm added 102, I mean 101, then 102, then 103. So if I'm clicking back, see it is moved to 102, then 101. So the same way if I'm going to the home page, then contact, again customer, again contact, so again customer. So if I'm clicking back, it will go to the contact. And if I'm in the home page, now directly coming to the customer. So if I'm clicking this back, it will be redirected into our home page, okay? The similar way we can pass the paths also. So currently I'm in the customer page. If I'm clicking, it is redirected into our contact page. See? So in case if I'm giving empty path, then it's supposed to move into our home page. See? It is moved our home page. In simple words, so for doing the programmatical redirection, we can use this use navigate, and also it is having the history of the navigation. So that also we can use. So in my example, I used the -1. The same way we can use the -2, -3. So if the data is available, it will be redirected. Okay, this is all about the use navigation hook. Now let me install Bootstrap in our application. Okay, for doing this one, we have to use this npm command. I'm going to stop our application. Let me execute this command. Okay, the installation gets completed. Now let me go to our index.js file. There we can import our CSS file. Okay, this is done. Let me rerun my application. Okay, our application is running. Now let me go to our home component. So here I have included one button. So let me include some Bootstrap classes here. So the Bootstrap class is applied here, and here the links also got changed. Okay, so now it is fine. So that means we have included Bootstrap also in our application. Now let me move on to props. So props are nothing but an argument. It is used to transfer the data from parent component to child component. So not only the data, we can pass the function also. Even in this data, we can pass any type of data. It can be string or object and array. So anything we can pass, okay? So now let me explain with an example, then you will get some good idea. So we can take this contact component, and then I'm going to create one child component, contact list. So the component creation steps are common for all the components. So here I'm having one h1 tag and welcome to contact page. Okay, and the next, so we can give some values. Okay, and in our parent component, So let me remove the existing h2 tag. So instead of that, we can call our child command. Okay. So first let me save this one. Okay. Okay, see, in our contact page, first it's showing welcome to contact page and then email. Okay. So next what I'm going to do, let me remove this text. So basically, we can pass it from our parent component, and our prop syntax is title. So the name, you can use any kind of name, that is fine. So this is the static value. Okay. So as of now, we just pass the data, but in our child component, we are not yet accessed. So let me tell you how to access the thing. And here, block dot title. See, we have passed the data and we are getting. Okay. And the same way, we can pass multiple arguments also. So in our contact page, email. So now we can pass in this dynamic manner. Let email equal to. Okay. For the dynamic, we have to use these braces. And now let me go to our child component. So block dot email. Okay. See, we have passed the data. Now let me show you how to pass one object. Okay, this is one of the object, and now let me try to access here. Address 1, and the similar way we can use this address 2 also. Okay. See, both the values are get binded, and we can bind one more way. I'm going to duplicate this code. We can command the first section. Okay. So instead of adding like this, you can give like this. Okay. So how many parameters? Title, then email, and the final one is add object. Okay. So in this case, this block is not required. See, again we are getting the same result only. So if you really want, we can change some values. See now, it is automatically got updated.
Okay, this is all about the basic props. Now we can have one example, okay? So what I'm going to do, let me pass some list of data to our parent component to our child component. And it covers some additional topics also, load the data from the array and how to use the dynamic components. So let me show you. Now let me create one static array, id1, name, version. So as I mentioned, this is the array. So currently we have one object. I'm going to include two more objects, okay? Okay, our array is ready. Now let me pass it here. And in our contact list, so here I'm going to use this map option. Tech IDs, item.id, and parent view, we have to use this key option. The key should be a unique value. So item.id, okay? And the similar way we can bind other properties also. Okay, after adding some of the styles also, let me show you the design. Okay. Okay, it's somewhat fine. I know the design is not that much perfect and I am mainly focusing on the functionality. And see, currently we have the three blocks because we passing on array, the array has only three objects, okay? So in case the real-time application, you may have around 100 or 200 blocks. So in this HTML side, you are not going to make any changes, okay? You are simply passing the data. So you are in the array, you are increasing the data. So based on the data, it is dynamically generating the content, okay? So in our parent component, we just called it like this. It's not only from this component, and we can call the same customer list component in some other pages also. Based on our requirement, we have to customize the thing. That's all about I'm trying to say, okay? Okay, fine. We almost completed props. The only one thing is bending. So we have passed the data. So as I mentioned, we can pass the functions also. So that also let me show you. For doing this implementation, what I'm going to do for this each and every block, I'm going to provide one action like a delete option we can give. Okay. So in this case, we cannot directly use the function in our child component. We're supposed to pass it from our parent component. Okay. So let me show you. So in our customer list, we can have this button remove. So currently we have included this bootstrap. So we can use the bootstrap classes and the click event on click, and we have to pass the parameter also.
we remove tech. So the unique value is item.id. So we can define the function here. First I want to check whether I'm able to get this ID. So we can include this ID into the console. Okay, fine. Okay, here actually we are getting lot of error. Okay, the ID value should be unique. Okay, yeah. Okay, see now the error also got resolved. So if I'm clicking this one, so the ID is 2 and the ID is 3. Okay, so that means we are able to get this ID. So here the problem is our source data will be available in our parent component. Okay, but our function is available in our child component. So directly it is not possible. So in this case, what we supposed to do, I'm going to move this function into in our parent component. So next, what we supposed to do, through these props, we can pass it here. Now see the error also got resolved. So next in our customer side, okay, actually I have added this function into customer. Okay, okay, sorry for the inconvenience. So now I am added here, and then we have to pass it like this. Okay, let me save this one. We can clear this console. So if I'm clicking, see, again we are able to pass this function. Okay, so if you clearly noted, the function is actually available in our parent component. We are passing this function also through these props, and in our customer list only we are binded, right? So we are getting this function and we are binded here, and also we are passing the data also, right? So anyway, we can finish this functionality, delete functionality. So we can use state variable constant text list update the function use state of. So inside that we can move our array. Okay, so here I'm going to declare one more variable, new list. So then we can use the our base list text list. Okay, here I'm going to apply this filter option. Item.id not equal to this ID. Okay, so here we will get a new list. So then using this function we can update our source array. Okay, let me refresh the screen once again. So I'm going to remove this React. See, it is removed. And then I'm going to remove this .NET. So currently I'm having this only Angular.
See if I'm removing. So completely we have removed everything. So again, if I'm refreshing, I will get the complete data, okay? Because we are not hardly removing from array. So from the state itself, we are removed and maintaining the state data. That's what it is removed. So once refreshed, again, we are getting the static data, okay? So, okay, I hope you got some better idea about these props. So we spend more times in these props, okay? Now let me move on this JSON server. So basically this JSON server is a technique to create the fake API. So until you don't have the real-time API, you can go with this JSON server API. So the things, if you are familiar with an JSON server in Angular application, the same steps only here also. So it's not going to have much changes. The first thing is you have to install this JSON server in our system, okay? You have to use this command. It will install globally. So already I have installed. And the second thing is you have to run this JSON server in our application. So let me take this command. So this command is saying I'm going to run this JSON server API against this db.json file. So currently, if I don't have the file, it will generate the file. Okay, and the port number it will. So defaultly this taking this 3000. So already in our application, I mean our React application also running the port number of 3000. So that's what I have manually mentioned. The port number is 8000. Okay, we can open one new terminal. Okay, it is saying update available 0.17217. Okay, so we can just upgrade it. Okay, that is fine. Okay, the installation gets completed. Now what I'm going to do, let me run the command once again. Okay, it is saying some error. No such file or directory to open. Okay, we can create one folder. Next, let me execute this command. Okay, see now it is saying in the data folder db.json file does not seem to be executed. So the new file is created with some default data. So if you check here, you can see this db.json. So it is having default 3 array and the endpoint is also available. So let me copy the first one. We can check in our browser. See it is returning the data. So in our case, so let me remove these existing items. I am going to have one default data for customer. So I'm going to include around 5 records. Okay. We can change these key values. Okay. So we have the 5 datas. So see our endpoint, localhost 800 and customer. So it is returning the data and the default one is the get method. and the get by code. See, it is returning the individual objects. So in case if you want apply some additional filters, area equal to Chennai. So we have these 5 records, and so one record I'm going to change this into Bangalore. See, currently we have only 4 records. So if I'm changing Bangalore, yeah, there is one record. Okay, so this is all about our API. So it is going to support for all the HTTP events like get, put, post, and delete also. So in our customer listing, we can implement everything. Then you will get some better idea. So in this customer list, currently we have something. So I'm going to remove everything. So this click event also. So instead of that, I'm going to have one table first. So the first one is ID, then name, and the third one is area, credit limit, and the final one is action. Okay, table. See, this is our customer list, and we can use this class. Okay, okay, this is our listing. Okay, now it is somewhat better. Okay, and the next thing is the table body. So for this table body, we are going to fetch the data from our API, and we can bind it here. For doing this one, I'm going to use this useEffect hook here. The useEffect hook already I have explained in my previous topics. So let me include this zero dependency. For consuming any services in the React application, we can use this fetch option. So it is expecting our endpoint URL. So here the endpoint is, so this customer. Okay, so then return. So whatever data is coming, we are just converting into JSON. Okay, again then here we can have one use state variable. Cust list. So the default value should be empty array. Okay, so once we have this data, we can update here. and if there is any error, capture using this catch option. Okay, so I'm going to include this into the console. Error.message, right? So once we have this data, we can use this map option for generating the for loop. We can directly generate our table body. Okay, so while doing this prob example, we have done the same steps only. Here the parent HTML tag is tr. So let me include this key. So key is nothing but same item.id only, and we can bind all the fields using the td tag. It's not it, it is the item. Okay, so similar way we can bind other fields also. And the second one is name, and the third one is area, fourth one is credit limit, and the final one is actually action. So what we can do, I'm going to have one anchor tag, edit, and the class name is button primary, and one more button. So this is for remove. Okay, so here the class is button dancer. So we can see the output. Okay, it is loaded fine. So we have this list and we have populated all the records, and basically we have to apply the conditional template also. If there is a data only, we have to load. Okay, so in case if we get the response as the null, definitely we will get an error. So I'm going to put the default value is null. See, the complete page is not working because the null value created the issue. So in this case, what we supposed to do, I'm going to use this conditional template option. So inside this bracket, if we have the data only, I'm generating this for loop. See, the error got resolved anyway. So initial value should be null. So after consuming the data from our API, so we have the data. Okay, so that's what I have included like this. So the customer listing is completed. Now let me focus on creating new customer. So first let me create one new component. Add customer. And one more component. This is for edit screen. Now let me include these both components into our routing section. So here we have some dummy declaration. These are actually not required. The first one is customer slash create. So the component is add component. Okay, I mean add customer, and the next one is edit. Okay, this is fine. Now let me go to our customer listing. So here we have to include an add button. Before that, let me use one div. See, somewhat border is coming, and then we have to include the button. Okay. So in this too, we can include the link. Okay. Customer slash create, and we can include some classes. Okay, actually it should be React router DOM link. Okay. Okay, the issue got resolved. Now see, we have this button. Or else let me change this primary into success. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to come out fine. I'm going to click this one. Okay, customer. Okay, I'm going to click this one. See, now it is in our create customer page. Okay, currently we don't have any design in our create customer page, so let me focus on the designing part. Here first we can have one form tag. Okay, so this offset we can use too. That is fine. Okay, see the screen is somewhat fine. Here we have to include all of our controls one by one. So inside the form group, so in this add screen, the ID is not required. So because that is the auto generate field, we can have only this name. Form control. So let me format it. Okay, we have our first control. So the similar way we can include some other fields also one by one. So the next one is area. So for this one, I'm going to use one select control. The class is same only. For the options, I'm going to give some static value only. For dynamic loading, you can see in my next concept, the registration.
Okay, this control also fine. And the final one is the credit limit. Okay, for the credit limit we can use this box only. And finally we can have one button. Okay, see now this is our screen. Okay, and this is my ad screen. Okay, and the next thing is we have to controls and also we have to bind the existing data. Okay, and for doing this one we can use the same use state variables, and the first one is name change, and the even name is, so the default value should be empty. Okay, and the similar two, I'm going to declare two more variables. So the value actually we have used in our API, we can have the same names here. Okay, we have added the use state variables. Now we can bind the things. Now we can set these values into our respective controls. The first one is name. So in our name control, okay, and the second one is our select control. So here we have to use this area, and the final one is the credit limit. Okay, okay, we can give the capital letter because in the API we have following the same structure only. Okay, now we have binded, and the second thing is we have to get the values. So if there is any data change in our controls, the value should be affected in our use state variable. Okay, for doing this one we can use one of the event on change, and we are updating our use state variable. Okay, so the same thing we can apply for other two controls also. So here the event name is area change. Okay, and the final one is limit change. Okay, now we have done, and then we can have one submit event in our form on submit. The event submit handle submit, and let me define this function also. Let me format it. The next thing is first we can check whether we are able to get all the values. Name, area, and credit limit. So we had one more field actually ID. So in this create scenario I'm not passing because generated is the auto generated field. Let me include this one into our console. Okay, I'm saved it. So in this console initially we don't have any values. We provided the value property to the form field without onChange handler. Okay, understood the issue. I mistakenly added into the div instead of this select control. Okay, sorry for the inconvenience. Sometime it will be happen. Okay, now we are good to go. So if I'm submitting, See, the page is simply refreshed. Okay, so resolving this one, what we supposed to do? So in our function, we have to add prevent. Let me save it. I'm trying to submit it once again. See now. So currently in this area we have this default value Chennai, that's what it's coming, and other two fields we don't have any value. So what I'm going to do, let me provide some values in the name and also the credit limit. Okay, so if I'm clicked, see, I'm able to get the values. So this is the very sample basic CRUD operation. If you are good with this CRUD, obviously you can work on the complex logics also. That's what I have started with a small thing. So anyway, let me save this data into our JSON server. Now the steps are very simple only. The same way we have to use this fetch option, and then we have to give the URL. So the URL also same only, customer only. And here we have to pass one more object. So if it is the positive scenario, it should become here. Otherwise, the error section. The same way we can add in our console. Okay. So let me format it. So as I mentioned, we have to pass one object. So the first parameter is method. Okay. So this is the post method, and the next one is header. So in this header, I am passing one more object. So let me pass the content type. So the value is application slash JSON. Okay. And finally, so in this body section, we have to pass our object. So let me command this console. So we can convert this into JSON, and let me pass this object. Okay. Once it is success, so this one is not required. Okay. We can give like alert saved successfully. And we have to redirect into our listing page. Okay. For the redirection, we have to use this use navigate hook. So navigating to the customer page. We can do one trial check. If it is working, we have to move on the next section. Saved successfully. Okay, I have to provide the slash. That's what the error is coming. Anyway, we can see in this customer page. See, the new record is added, but in the credit limit it is not added. Okay. Anyway, let me verify this one. So in our db.json file, if you noted, yeah, we have this credit limit. Okay, the credit limit should be small letter, so that's what I got this exception. And in our code also, let me modify this one. So in our add customer, it should be small. And in this value binding also same thing. Can do the same thing. See now the credit limit also it's coming, okay? And one more thing, once the succeeded, I'm shown one JavaScript message saved successfully. So instead of that, we can use some third-party plugins that will give some good look and feel. So I'm going to use this toaster. So let me execute this command npm install react toastify. Okay, great. The installation gets completed. Now we have to include one CSS file in our index.js. So already we have included this Bootstrap. So after that, we have to include this reacttoastify.css. Okay. Now we have completed two steps, and finally we can use this reactive toastify. Again, I'm going to our add customer page. So here, let me import this one. React toastify. Okay. The toast. So instead of this direct alert, we can give like toast.success, and this one also slash customer. Okay, this is fine. And the next thing is we have to include the toast container that in our root component. So let me import here also. React toastify, and then this toast container. So after this browse router, we can include this one. Okay. Now we can check this one. Okay, this is fine. Now I'm going to create one more new record. Bangalore, and credit amount is 5,000. See, saved successfully, and here also it's updated. And the next thing is we have to focus on this edit functionality. So for this edit, first let me go to our listing screen. Okay, this is our listing screen. So in this button, instead of this anchor tag, I am going to have this link option. Okay. And then using this to option, customer slash edit slash, here we can pass this ID. We can verify if it is working. Based on that, we can implement the functionality. Yeah, it is working fine. And now let me go to our edit customer screen. So whatever the design related stuff we have included in our add customer page, we can copy the whole thing. Okay. So including this complete code also we can copy. And in this design point of view, first this is the edit customer, and before this name we have to, and before the name we can have this ID field also,
ID is nothing but this code, but in our case it should be ID. Okay, so in our use state variable I am going to add one more field, ID, and the function name should be ID. So the default value I'm provided 0. I'm just to bind it, and the event also ID change. Okay, and here also we have used this navigate and toast. So let me define the things, otherwise we will get an error. Okay, navigate is there, but the toast, let me import it. Okay, react toastify. Let me save the screen. If there is any error, we have to work on that. Okay, use navigate also imported. See, the errors got resolved, and also we don't have the data. So the next thing is we have to get this ID value constant and ID, because in our routing side I have included as the ID, the same name I supposed to use it here, and we have to use this use params hook. Okay, so there are two ID, so automatically it is creating the issue. So better I'm going to change this into code. Even in our routing side also, let me change this one. Okay, now the issue got resolved, and here I'm going to use this useEffect hook with the zero dependency. So here I'm going to check the value console.log and code. See, the one is coming, and the same way if I'm changing this into true, okay, the value is coming. Okay, so based on this ID we can get the individual customer information, we can populate in the controls. After that we can focus on this put request. Okay, for doing this one we can call the same API fetch and our API URL customer code. So first we have to convert the response into JSON format. Then we can return the thing. Not return, actually we can have one use state variable. Actually not return, so we have to set the values into our use state variable. So finally for this exception also let me add the code. So first we can set for this ID change. Okay, Let me save this one. Okay, the first field is binded, and also I'm going to make the field into disabled mode because this is not the editable field. Okay, and the similar way we have to include all the fields. And the next field is name. Okay, the same way we have to include the next two fields also. See, all the fields are loaded. So again, I'm going to my listing. So if I'm trying to edit this one, see, so the values are coming. So next I have to focus on this save functionality. So here also, so instead of this post, we can change this into put, and in this object, we can have this ID also. And finally, saved successfully. Instead of that, we can change this into updated successfully. And in this URL, we have to pass the key value. So then it should be ID. Yeah. So other values are fine only. Let me refresh it. So let me change the spelling. So the spelling is changed. I'm going to save this one. See, updated successfully, and the text is updated. So again, I'm going to change this area into Hyderabad, and the value also 15,000. See, again it is updated successfully, and we can see the values. So even in our JSON file, we can see the same value. Okay. So now our edit functionality is working fine, and the final one is remove. Okay. And the remove functionality, basically we can do it from our listing screen itself. The same customer page. Let me click right on click event. So anchor tag, it is fine. On click, handle remove, and the value is ID. Okay. So we have added this function. So let me define it here. And the code. Okay. Okay, we have this function. So first we can confirm the user. Do you want to remove this customer? So if it is confirmed, we can call the API. Okay. So let me copy the same thing here, and we have to pass this code. Okay. And here this section is not required, and this one also. And then we have to pass the object, that is the required one. So inside the object we can have this method. So the value is delete. Okay. So once the delete is completed, we have to show the message. So for that, let me import the toast once again.
removed successfully. Okay, and also we need to refresh the screen. First we can confirm this one whether it is removed or not. Okay, I'm getting some error, so it should be window.confirm. So that actually a JavaScript functionality only. So do you want remove this customer? If I'm clicking OK, removed successfully. So after refreshing only I understood, okay, the record got removed. Basically once you are removed the customer, it should be automatically reflected in our listings. So for doing this one, I'm going to use this use navigate hook once again. Use navigate, actually we not used here. Navigate use. Okay, fine. 0. See, the page automatically got reflected. I'm going to remove the next one. So now in our customer page, we have completed the complete CRUD operations, and also we have used all the HTTP verbs, the get method, get by code, put method, post method, and also our delete method. Okay. And the very important thing is we have to apply the validation, right? We directly did the things. So the validation related things I'm not going to include in this credit screen. So next my target is I am just moving to our authentication part. So in this authentication part, I'm going to first implement this registration screen. Once it's completed, we can have the login screen. So once the login screen also finished, we have to apply the user role permission. So based on that, we can restrict this add, remove, and also edit functionalities. Based on the user role, we can assign the access level. So once we implemented the functionality, the particular user only can able to edit or remove. Okay, so that's my concept. So while doing the registration screen, we have to include the validation also. Okay, so instead of duplicating everything, we can have in one place. For doing this registration screen, I am going to have one more new component. Registration.jsfc registration and the due and the design point of view. So we can copy everything from our add customer. Okay, so the page is user registration. So the first field is name and the second one is role. Basically role we can assign in some other places, user activation screen. So before that, here we can have the email, then password, mobile, address. So these are the fields we can have. So final the button name is register. Okay, and then we can declare our use state variables.
For that also we can copy from our add customer component. So name is fine. Add them role. Actually we are not showing to the user, but we should have the fields role. Add them this email. So the event is email change. And then mobile. And then this address. And the final field is active. So the default value should be false. And we should have one more field, that is actually our username. So the variable point of view, we can have this as the ID, okay? ID change. Okay, now we are good. So let me include this ID field also. So ID is nothing but our username. The same way we can bind the values and also this event. ID change, name change, email change. The password actually I'm not added. So let me include it. So the event name is pw change, and then this mobile change, and then this address. So instead of this input control, we can use the text area, okay? Okay, we have done. And in this password, the type should be password, and then email is fine. Okay, so the design is fine. And next I'm going to include this registration component into our routing section. The register and this registration page. Okay, use state is not defined. I believe the error coming from our registration page. Yeah. So if you are doing this copy paste, obviously you will face this kind of issue, okay? So again, see this handle summit. Okay, the exception got resolved. Now I am going to change this URL, register. Yeah. So this is actually our registration page, okay? So we have this username is mandatory one, name, email, password, and mobile and our address field. It's not a mandatory field. So my intention is we have to cover most of our HTML fields. That's what I have included this one. And I supposed to use the checkboxes also. So I'm going to implement one user activation screen. There it should be included. Okay. And in this registration screen, we need an API. So in this db.json, so here after I'm not going to include any static data. Okay. Just to use initially it don't have any value. See, this is our API URL. And in our registration page where it is, yeah, we can call our API. The steps mostly we can copy from the previous functions. And once it is succeeded, we have to show the notification message. React to Toastify. And the message should be registered successfully. Next, please contact admin for activation. Okay. And in this object section, we have to pass the header. So that actually we can copy from our add header. Okay. Instead of wasting the time, at an add header, add customer. So method header and also our body. So let me create one object also. Rich object equal to ID, name, role, email, mobile, password, address, and is active. Now let me refresh it one second. So first we can create our admin user. Okay. Admin, admin, password also, admin, some number. Okay. Now let me save this one. Okay, we have missed the very important thing. Event prevent default. So it will prevent the default action of the button submit. So I'm going to give the values once again shortly.
So registered successfully. So if I'm checked in my db.json file, see, so in this user, we have all the data. So in this admin, we have not included anything. So I'm going to provide admin, okay? And effective also, let me change this into true.
Okay, we have done the basic registration. Now let me move on the validation part, okay? So the first validation is mandatory field that I'm going to apply for this username, name, email and password. And then this email field we can apply the pattern matching validation. And finally the username field I'm going to apply the duplicate validation, okay? So because we are getting the data from the user, so mostly the same username might be exist in our database. So that's what we are going to check. So if you noted in this real-time scenario, while creation of account in Instagram or else the Gmail, the similar kind of validation was there, okay? So first let me declare one variable and in our handle submit, let me check one condition. If the validate variable value is true only, I'm going to allow for calling our API. The else scenario, I'm going to provide one warning message, okay? Toast.warning. Okay, this is fine. And also I'm going to create one function. First we can check this required field validation, okay? id.length if triple equal to 0, the validate field value is false, okay? So the default value I'm going to give true. After that only I'm going to change this into false, okay? The same thing I can apply for the next three fields also. The second field is name, then email, and the final one is password, okay? So let me format it, and then we can call this function in our handle submit event. And this designing point of view, we have to notify these all the fields are mandatory. So let me include one star symbol. For doing this one, let me add one span tag, okay? The class, we can use the Bootstrap class name. And I have to include the same span tag for other fields also. So let me refresh the screen. Okay. So this is somewhat fine. So without entering any value, if I'm clicking this registered, I'm getting this warning message, okay? Now I'm going to enter some data. So let me click the register once again. So again, I'm getting the same warning message because I'm not entered the value in password. So now let me click once again. Okay. Actually, I'm getting one error because my API is not running, I believe. Let me restart my API also. Okay, the API is running now. Let me register it once again. See, I registered successfully. Okay. So if I'm checking in this db.json also, so whatever data I have included, it will be available. Okay. So this is the basic validation. Now I'm going to check for the pattern validation also for this email. For doing this one, already I'm having one pattern. Okay. So let me include in our code. So once I'm confirmed I'm having data in our email section, I'm going to check one more condition. Okay, if it is valid then fine, else false. So let me check once again. So if I'm clicking, say again I'm getting this warning because the email is not a valid one. Now see, the issue got resolved. Okay, so basically when we are typing time itself, we supposed to show this error message. That is the better way. So let me create one more small function. This is actually for email. So whatever condition we have, the same thing we can use it here. So the else scenario, we can just to show one message. Okay, please enter valid email. Valid email. Okay. Okay, our function is fine. Anyway, let me include one parameter. Okay, that is fine. So instead of directly using our state variables, so we can pass the parameters. That's fine. And let me bind this function in our control. So already we have this on change. The similar way, I'm going to use this blur option. Okay, on blur. Okay, now it is fine. Let me check this one. So if I'm entering test, it is saying please enter the valid data at G. Again, it is saying, so if I'm entering the valid data, now there is no error. Okay, and so the final one is we have to check the duplicate user. For doing this one also we can follow the same structure. First let me create one function, validate user. Okay, and username. So here we have to call our API, right? So this is our API URL, and we have to pass this username. So next, if there is an data, so let me convert this into JSON format. So here I'm going to check the condition. Okay, this resp.length. If it is having the data only, it should be like this. So okay, here actually I'm going to make some changes. Okay, So first we can check the response whether it is 200 or not. If it is not equal to OK, we can directly return false. Okay. So in this positive scenario only, I am converting this into JSON, and then we are checking. So instead of this response dot length, we can check like object dot keys and response dot length. Okay. So if the length is more than one, obviously we have the data. So that means we can change the value of variable validate. Okay. This into false, and we can remove this duplicate user, and here also. And once I'm changed this validate equal to false, I have to provide one notification also. So username already exists, and this then in our function validate, let me remove this one. So instead of that, we can call this function in our control on change itself. Okay. So here also I am going to use this on blur event, and our function name, the value is value. And if it is the negative scenario, obviously we have to make the field value is empty. For doing this one, I'm going to use this id change event. The value is empty. Okay. So now we can verify this one. So now I'm going to enter admin1. So I can move on the second control. There is no warning. So if I'm changing this admin1 to admin, see it is saying username already exists and also the field is cleared. So then we have to enter the new value. Okay. So now we have completed our validation part, and next very important thing is, so currently I am in this registration page. In this registration page, this menu is not required. So once I am logged in, that time only this menu is required. Okay. For hiding this one, let me go to our app component. So in this app component, we have called this app header. So let me move on this app header. Okay. Okay, here what I'm going to do, let me take the active routing path. Okay. So based on that, we can apply some conditions. So before that, let me declare one useState variable, menu visible, menu visible change. Okay. So the initial value should be true only, and then we can use this menu visible variable. Let me include one parent div, and let me format it. So after that, we can use the conditional variable concept. Okay. Okay, this is fine. And the next step is we have to get the current active route path. Okay. For doing this one, I am going to use location hook. So it's also available in this React router DOM. And then we can have this useEffect hook. And in this dependency section, we can include this same location. Okay.
and here I'm going to check this location value. Before that, let me include this into the console.log location. Okay. See, currently I'm in the registration page. See the path name and search some values. So if I move into this contact, see the path name contact, then home, this is empty, and then customer. So obviously we are getting this value. Okay. So we can use this path name and this value. So here the condition is, so location dot path name double equal to register. So in this situation, the menu is not required. So I'm going to use this menu visible change function. So let me pass the value as false. Okay. Now see. So currently I'm in the customer page. So the menu is showing. So in this contact page also. Now I'm going to change the link into register. See. So in our registration page, the menu is not showing. Okay. So this one is completed. Now let me move on the login screen. So for doing this one, let me create one component first. Okay, now the component is ready, and the next step is we have to include in our routing section. So after this register, so let me include this login. Okay. Okay, this is done. And in our registration page, I'm going to give a link for redirecting to our login page. After this register button, we can use this link option. Okay, fine. Okay, actually it should be capital link. Okay, so that's what we are getting this exception. Okay, that too is fine. Okay, the error got resolved. And where is the link? Okay, so if I'm clicking this one, it is simply redirected into our login page. So currently we don't have any design. So the design point of view, whatever things we have in our registration page. So let me copy everything from here. And here, this is the login page. Okay, user login. And the first one is username. And the second field should be the password. So other fields we can remove. So here the first option is for login. So let me change this into login. Okay, and so here we can say like new user. So new user should be redirected into our registration page. Okay, and here we have used this password and also this ID. Let me declare two use state variable, or else we can get it from our register page also. That is more than fine. So not everything, just to take this ID and also this password, that is enough. Okay, so both are fine. And this validation point of view, so this one is actually not required. And this handle submit, so handle submit, for this one also we can get everything. So let me command everything, we can include little later. Currently see there is any error, yeah. And this link, okay, most of our errors got resolved, and now we can see the designing point. Okay, this is our designing. Okay, username and password. Now let me complete the functionality of registration. First, as usual, we have to complete this validation part. So in this validation, we are checking this ID and then password. Okay, and also we need to declare this variable also. So the initial value should be true. Okay, and if it is valid, we have to focus on our registration, else we need to show this alert message. Okay, please enter valid data, then proceed. Please enter valid credential. So here, instead of this post request, I'm going to call the one of the get method, fetch. So the URL point of view, I'm going to have one custom URL format. Okay, so here I'm going to pass two parameters, right? The first one is username, then password. So the query should be like this: admin, and then the password should be admin. So this is the query. If both the conditions are matched only, it will return the data. So if it is not matched, it's not going to return the data. Okay. So this API URL only I'm going to use in our function side. So here the admin and this password both are dynamically we supposed to include. It should be ID. Okay. And the next one is password. So here it should be password. Okay, this is more than fine. So next, so here I am going to check the response first. If it is not equal to OK, so the message should be toast.error login failed. So if we have the data, so let me convert this into JSON. Okay, so next I'm checking the count, so we can use this length value. Okay, if it is more than 0, that means we will have the data. Otherwise, we can put the same message, okay? And in this positive scenario, let user object equal to this response of 0. So let me include this into the console, okay? So we can provide our credentials. See, I am getting this object. So in case if I am entering invalid credential, see the login failed message I am getting, okay? So in this positive scenario, we are getting all the values. So what I'm going to do, let me check this is active. So I'm going to check one more condition. If response dot is active, double equal to true, I mean false. So the message is user in inactive mode. Please contact admin for activation. Okay, this is the message. And then the positive scenario, we can include this role and username in this local storage, okay? So here the username is nothing but our input ID only. And the next storage is the user role. So this role is used for the role-based authentication, okay? So the value is so response dot role, I believe. Yeah, the role only. And then we have to redirect into our home page. So for the redirection, we can use this use navigate hook. Navigate, use navigate, okay? So this navigate of, so this is actually our home page, okay? Okay, where is the condition? Yeah. User object is assigned a value but never used. Okay, it should be user object dot role. Okay, now let me refresh the screen once again. I'm going to provide the valid credentials only. So it is simply redirected into our home page, okay? Now I am in this customer page, then contact. So here we can include one more link that is for the logout. So again in our app header, I am added one more link, logout. So it will redirect into our login page. Okay, so in the right side we have this logout option. So if I'm clicking, it is simply logout. Okay, again in our login page also we are able to see this menu. Basically it is not required. So what I'm going to do, so in this app header already we have included for this register. The same way we can include our login also. Okay, okay, why it is not removed? Okay, see the menu got removed. Now actually I'm not logged in. So if I'm trying to go to our home page, it is simply allowing. Okay, so for handling this situation, we can write one more functionality again in our app header. So except this register and login page, so what we supposed to get the username. So local storage dot get item, and the key value is username. If not equal to null, we can get this value. Okay, so if it is null, we can have this empty value. So next, if this username is empty, so that means we are not yet logged in. I am going to redirect this into our login page. So here also let me define our use navigate hook. Okay, the functionality is completed. Okay, so currently it is not logged out. Why? Because already we having some data in our local storage. So let me show you. See, we have some data. So what I'm going to do, let me remove everything. So if I'm refreshing, it is simply coming to in our login page. So now if I'm trying to give customer, it is won't allow. And if I'm giving register, it will allow. There is no condition. But other pages, it is simply redirected into our login page. Okay. And the next thing is the admin, again admin. So I am just logged in. So the values are included in our local storage. Okay, what happened? Our menu is not showing. Okay, let me verify this one. So before that, let me show you one more scenario. Actually, I'm logged out. Okay. Again, if I'm trying to access this page, I am able to access because we not cleared the existing local storage value. For this clearation, let me go to our login page. So here we can use this useEffect hook. With a zero dependency. Local storage dot clear. So let me refresh this one. So now if I'm trying to go to our home page, it won't allow. Okay. So again, I'm going to give this admin credential. So the menu is not loaded. Maybe let me check this one why it is not showing. Okay. So the else scenario, we have to update the state value. So then only it will work fine. So here it should be true. So now we are good to go. So let me refresh the screen. So currently I'm in the login page. So admin, see, I'm in the home page. So I'm able to access all the menus, right? So let me complete one complete flow. As I am a new user, I don't have an account. So let me click this new user link. So if I'm click to this register, so it will say please enter valid data and proceed. So my username is nt user and the email is nt and it will say please enter the valid email. Okay, the value is entered and this mobile number I entered some value. If I'm clicking again, it is saying please enter the valid data. So because the password is the mandatory one. Okay, now we have the correct data. So once I clicked this register, so it is saying registered successfully. So basically I have to redirect into our login page. Okay, so that change also let me include it here. So here also this navigate hook is not declared. Okay, it is added. I am not going to test once again. So anyway, once our registration is completed, so if I'm checking the data in our db.json, so I can see nt user and this role we not yet assigned. So that actually I will do as a separate functionality. And initially this is active value also false. So let me try to log in. So already registered link. So I redirected into our login page. Nt user. So first invalid credential. So it is saying login failed. Okay, now I am entered the valid credential. So it is saying user in inactive state. Please contact admin for the activation. So let me check here. Okay. So actually this should be user object dot is active. I hope again I will get the same message. So already shown right the user in the inactive mode. So anyway manually we have to active this one. So again this nt user. Okay, it is logged in. We can have the exact data false. Again I'm just logged out. So nt user. See user in inactive state. Please contact the admin. Okay. So our next functionality is for the admin. I'm going to create one more new screen. So the screen name is user. So in this user screen, I'm going to have one listing. There I'm going to populate all the existing users. So the admin can change the status of active and also they can assign the role. Okay, that functionality we can focus on. For doing this one, I'm going to create one more component. So the component is user listing. Okay, and the next step is gets added. Again, this SFC user listing due
and then we have to include in our routing section also. So this is user, and then user listing we can include in our menu section. So after this customer, this should be added, okay, user. And as I mentioned, this should be accessed by only the admin user. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to declare one more variable, admin user, admin user change. So the initial value should be false. So next, I'm going to get the role, okay. So the username already we taken in our component. The same way we can get the role also. So this is the user role, okay. And then we have to check this condition, user role. So if the user role is admin, so then only the value should be admin user. True. Next we have to use this variable here, this link. We can apply this conditional template. So let me format it. So currently I'm an admin user, so that's what the link is showing. So let me show you. Okay, it is showing. Now this NT user, true. So I'm statically going to give some value for the role, just a user, okay. So NT user, why it is showing, one second. So this else scenario, it should be false. So let me log out once again. NT user, see the user menu got removed, okay. So now I'm going to log in with our admin credential. So in this user page, I'm going to populate all the existing user information. So already we have populated data in our customer list, okay. So the same thing we can follow here also. So first we can copy this complete HTML section. I'm just added here, and this is the user listing, and there is no create option, so we can remove this one. So other than that, the first one is username, then name, email, role, and this action, okay. Okay, fine, we are getting some error that we can resolve one by one. The first one is customer list is not defined, so let me define one variable. So in our case it is the user list, okay. The initial value should be empty array,
and then we can replace the customer list into user list. And the next one is link. So actually we need to import it. Okay, this one also removed. And in this button point of view, we can remove this remove option, and then let me include this update. I actually going to give the button only because we are not going to redirect anywhere. So let me remove this one. Okay, the initial error got resolved. And the next thing is we have to call our API. Make sure we have to get the dynamic data. So let me copy this. useEffect hook area. We can include in our user list component also. Okay, useEffect is imported and the URL is user, and instead of this customer update we can use this user list update. Okay, and then fields. So first one is ID and the name, and the third one is email, fourth one is role. So let me save this one. Now we can see the output of our listing. Okay, this is fine. And here we can have one more field is active, status. If it is true, we can bind like active, or else it should be inactive. Okay, okay, we have this status also. Okay, this is fine. Now let me focus on this update functionality. For doing this one, what I'm going to do, so this is our main div, right? So after that we can have one more div section. So there I'm going to include some HTML design. Okay, so in this case the title should be update user. So here I'm going to give the first field is role. Okay, and then instead of having this input tag, I'm going to use this select option, and finally this is active. Okay, for this is active field I can use one checkbox. The text should be update. Okay, this area changed and area is not defined, so okay, it is not required. And then this handle submit. So handle submit, let me define it top of that. So the error got resolved. Okay, this is fine. Now let me see this design. Okay, first we have this listing section and the second one is for our update section. So here the thing is, okay, this is fine. And the second thing is,
Initially, we should have only this listing. So when I'm clicking this update, so we need to populate the existing data and also we need to show this div section. Okay. So what I'm going to do, let me declare one more variable here, that also a useState variable. So listing, and the function name is so listing update. Okay. So the initial value should be true, and then we can apply this conditional variable. Let me format it. And the same way for this section, show listing. So after our form tag is completed, we can include this one. See, initially it is not showing. So now let me focus on this update function. First our event, okay. So then this on click event, and we can have this callback because I'm going to pass the unique value, update user, and then let me define this function. And ID. So here we can update. So listing update should be false. What happened? Item is not defined. Okay, mistakenly I have added here. Actually, it should be in listing section. Okay, sorry for the inconvenience. Okay, now it is resolved. So if I'm clicking this update, see we have this content only. And here I'm going to give one more option for the close. So in this cancel, we can call the function. So listing update should be true. That's it. We need to include some space. Okay, initially we are in this listing. So if I'm clicking this update, we have this update section. So once I'm click this cancel, again I'm able to see this listing. Okay, so so next let me populate the data. So before that, so in this select control, I'm going to populate the existing role information. So if I'm checked in my API, I'm having this customer and user only. So after that, I'm going to include one more section. So this is for role. Code and name, user, or the name is user, manager, okay, these are the available roles. So in the API point of view, if I'm checking the role, I'm having this API. So in our user listing page, I'm going to consume this API, and before that let me declare one useState variable, and it should be role list. Okay, and the function also, it should be a role list update. And then let me create one more function for binding our select control,
load role. Okay, so it is don't have any parameter. So inside that we can call our API. So the URL is role, and this should be role list update, and then we can call this function in our useEffect hook. Okay, so once I'm having this data, we can bind in our select control. The steps are almost the same what we did in our table. Here it is the option. Let me format it. And first we have to include the key. Okay, the key is nothing but our item.code. Then the text. So the text is nothing but the item.name, and then this value. Okay, it is done. We can verify now. So let me check. Okay, we have simply populated the existing roles. So before that, I'm going to give one empty option also. That is the default one. Okay. Select role, and the value should be empty. Okay. So the next thing is, so when I'm clicking the button, I am already getting this ID. So based on that, we can get the individual user information that we supposed to populate in our controls. So for doing this one, I'm going to declare some useState variable. Okay. So let me go to my registration control. So here I have added this ID, name, role, email, password. So let me take everything from here. And then let me take this role change that we supposed to include in our control itself. So the first one is value. The value should be role, and then on change. E dot target dot value. And the similar way in our checkbox control, I'm going to use this checked option. The is active is true means the value should be checked. So in this else scenario, just empty. Okay. And the same way in this on change event, and here what is the function name? Let me check in the top of that. Okay, it should be an active change. So the expected value should be true or false only. So e dot target dot checked. And next, here I'm going to call our API. So user slash and then this ID. So here first we can check like the response dot OK. That is not equal to OK. return false. And in this positive scenario, what I'm going to do, we can update the values one by one. So the first one is ID change. So response.id. And the next one is name change. And the third one is email change. The similar way we can include all the items. Okay, now we have done. We can remove this link. So I'm going to click the first one. Okay, admin. See, defaultly the admin is selected and is active also true. And then this test user unchecked and we don't have any user. And then this user, the final one. Okay, it is not selected. So let me verify this one. So in our db.json, so the role is user admin Ramesh Ravi empty user. Okay, I made one small mistake. Sorry for the inconvenience. Okay, it should be role list. Okay, great. Let me try once again. See the user and it is the user active. And if I'm selecting this Ravi, it is not selected. The same time, if you feel like if you give the user name, the top of that, it is fine. Username. So if I'm trying, the username is Ravi and then role and is active. The same way, the username is end user and role and is active. Okay. So finally, we have to complete the save function. For the save function, already I have declared one handle submit. Okay. And here we can call our API. So let me take the existing function from our edit customer. For the time consuming only, I am doing like this. And our API URL is user and then this put method and this object let user object. We can use this one and it is updated successfully. Need to navigate in our user. Password is assigned but never used. Toast is not defined. Okay. Okay, the toast is resolved and then navigate. Okay, the error got resolved. Now in our object, we have to include all the fields one by one. The first one is ID, the name, the email, password, then mobile, address, or role, and finally our is active. Okay, so let me refresh this one, and I'm going to click this test user. I'm selecting the role as user, and it's active. So updated successfully, and still we are in this user menu.
Okay, see, it is added. So in this case, what we supposed to do? So listing should be true. So instead of this navigate, we can use this one, true. And also in our useEffect hook in the dependency side, I'm going to include the show listing. So then only the data should be refreshed. Okay. So currently we have the four values. So I'm going to update this one. Instead of this user, I'm going to give manager. See, updated successfully, and also the role is affected. And the third one is Ramesh. So I'm selecting role as supervisor, and the status is active. It is updated automatically. And then this user, I'm going to make this as the inactive. See, it is automatically updated, and our listing also got reflected. Okay, this is all about our authentication system. So let me go to my notes. So we have completed this registration, then login, user activation by admin, and this role-based authentication handling add, edit, view, and delete access based on the role permission. Okay, this is the final item. Other than that, we almost completed. So I'm going to log out this one and ent user, and the user screen is not showing. And if I'm trying to use this user, so I'm a normal user only, still I am able to access this user string. So let me include one more condition in our user listing. For that, let me take the current role. So if the user role is not equal to admin, we have to redirect into our home page. See, currently I'm in the customer base. So if I'm trying to give user, it is simply redirected into our home page. Okay. And the final one is we have to manage this add, edit, and remove based on the user role permission. So for doing this one, I am going to include some data in our db.json, some static data only, role access. For the example purpose, I am going to use our customer screen only. The first column is role. Role is admin. Okay. And then menu. So menu is customer. And the next one is have add. So the value should be true for the admin user. And next have edit. For the admin user, it should be true. Finally, have delete. So this one also value should be true. Okay. So the similar way we can include some different menu also. For the same admin role, we can use this user menu also. So here actually we don't have all the fields, but anyway, I'm just add, edit, and delete. Okay. And the next I'm going to do for the manager. So manager don't have access for delete, false. And then supervisor. Supervisor can add, but they don't have access for edit and delete. And finally, normal user. So normal user, they can see the data. They don't have the access for edit, delete, and also add. Okay. Okay, this is my data. Now let me go to our. So now let me go to our customer screen. So in this customer screen, what I'm going to do, let me declare three variables. Okay. Have add, have add update. So the initial value should be for false. The similar way I am going to add for this edit and also the delete. Okay. And the next thing is here I'm going to write one function get role access. So here we can call our API. So the URL should be role access, right? So basically I'm going to pass two inputs. So the first one is role and the second one is menu. Okay, so my endpoint should be like this. So in this our customer stream, so let me replace this one. And the menu we know it is the customer and the role we supposed to get from our local storage. So already we have taken some of the places. So let me copy this one and we have to reuse it here. Okay, this is the role. Okay, this is fine. And here also we can check like if it is not equal to okay. And finally, so in this response, I'm going to check like length. So length is more than 0. I can get the integer object 0. Else we can provide one warning. You are not authorized to access this menu. And also we can simply redirect into our home page. Okay. And if you have this data, we can update into have add update. So object dot have add, then have edit update,
and the finally have delete update. Okay, once I'm added this data, so let me save this one, and we can call this function in our useEffect starting page itself. Okay, so if there is no data also, we have to do the same thing. On top of that, I just called this function. Okay,
Okay, this is fine. Next, I'm going to do some changes in our add function. So before that, let me log in using our admin credential. Okay, I'm in the customer page. So here in this button, currently I'm using this link tag. Instead of that, let me use the button, and we can use the same class and this text also. And here I'm going to write one function, and I have to define this function also. So the function is fine. So here we can use this navigate option. So whatever link we have added in this two section, so let me include in our navigate side. Okay, so we can verify this one first. Okay, I can put like this. Okay, now it is fine. So let me click this button. Okay, it is working fine. There is no issue. So next what I'm going to do, the same function, I'm going to check one condition. If have add, so then only I will allow for the existing functionality. Okay. So in this else scenario, I'm going to provide one notification. You not having access for add. Okay. So let me save this one. So I'm admin user, so I'm having the complete permission. So if I'm clicking, so it will allow. So let me override in my db.json file. So in this role access for the admin user, let me change this have add into false. Okay. Okay, if I'm clicking, so it is saying you not having access for add. Okay. So that means currently we are disabled the permission of add, so it is working fine. At the same time, I know the URL. So now see, I am able to access this create page. Okay. So that means we have to apply the same restriction in our create page also. So what actually we did in our listing screen, we called the services, and so based on the values only, we are applying the restrictions, right? So the same set of code should be required in our create page also. So that means we are simply duplicating, right? So avoiding that, so whatever database call we have, everything we can move into our one of the custom hook. So wherever it is required the functionality, so we can call the hook. That's it. So it is simple optimization also. Okay. So let me create one custom hook. The steps are very simply, the hook should be start with use. So I'm going to provide the name as use access. Okay. It's just a JS file only. So let me create the hook function constant use access. So we have to use the same name. So it is just a kind of function only. Okay. At the same time, we are going to use this hook in the multiple components. Okay. So in this case, we have to export this one. Default the same name, use access. Okay. Okay, this is fine. And the next thing is here also I'm going to use the same use effect hook with the zero dependency initial value, and it should have one parameter. The parameter is nothing but menu name. Okay, so we can include in this dependency section, right? And let me take the functionality from our customer.js. So in this get role access function, so let me copy all the codes. So I'm going to include everything here. And once I'm having this menu name also, instead of this hard code, I'm going to remove this one. Okay, this is fine. And the next thing is we can declare this use state variables here also. So let me take it from our customer.js. So here after actually it's not required here. Okay, I'm just declaring, and we have to import this one, otherwise we will get on some error. Okay, so this one also fine. So then in our customer.js, let me command this function, and also so whatever code already we are having here, let me command everything. Actually we can use little later, I will tell you how to use the things. Is the have add having the issue. Okay, so first we can complete this hook. So the functionality point of view also everything is fine. So after this useEffect hook, we can return the things. Okay, so whatever objects we are declared, so we can return one by one. Have add, then have edit, and have delete. Okay, so we return three variables. Now what I'm going to do, let me use the same hook in our customer.js file. Constant is equal to our hook. Okay, use access, and it is expecting one parameter, that is our menu name. So menu name we know it's a customer page. Okay, that's it. And it is actually returning three values we supposed to use in our customer.js. So now let me save this one. Okay, this toast is not defined navigate. So these are the issues are coming from our useEffect code. So let me resolve one by one. So the first one is navigate, right? And the next one is our toast. So actually we have to import this one. Okay, we have done everything. So currently I'm in the customer page. Okay, so if I'm trying to click this one, so it is blocking. You're not having access for add because we have manually blocked. So now if you noted in our customer.js file, I mean our customer component, we have written very small line. Okay, so just to pass the input as the customer, and based on that we will get the response, have add, have edit, and have delete also. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, let me copy the same thing, we can include on our add customer page. Okay, I just added here. And the next thing is I'm going to use the useEffect hook here. So first let me check in the console. Okay, have add. Okay, use success, actually we need to import it here. Okay, this is fine. And also in our db.json file, let me make this have add equal to true. Okay, so let me refresh the screen. So actually we are getting three values, false, false, true. So in the initial execution the value should be false. So after that only it is changed into true. So in our scenario, so if it is positive there is no blocking. Okay, in the negative scenario only we are just blocking, right? So in this case we can just modify our hook. Okay, so initially I am going to give the value into true, and if you have the negative scenarios, okay, so first here I am added this into false. Here also we can mark this into false, and finally this catch scenario also. Okay, or else we can have one function. state. I'm just moved here the same way. We can call it here, and then here. Okay, this is fine. Let me refresh the screen once again. See. So the initial load we are getting the true values. So after that the value is not changed because it is having the access. So in case the user don't have an access, okay, the false scenario. So let me refresh the screen once again. See. So initially it is true. Okay, we are not going to bother about anything. So if it is false, we are simply blocking. So let me apply the condition here. I'm just listening the value of have had. If it is false, I'm going to provide one warning. Okay, this is fine. And also we need to redirect into our customer page. That is fine. So let me try this one. So currently I'm in this listing screen. So if I'm clicking, so you're not having access for ad. Okay. So I know the URL. So I'm just putting like this. Okay. See again, it is simply redirected into our listing page at the same time. So we are getting the message. So the same thing we can apply in our edit page also. So let me copy the code from here, and in our edit page, actually edit I have created the separate component. So in our edit already we have this use effect hook and other things. So better first we can copy this use access hook. Okay. So let me call it here, top of that, and we have to import it also, otherwise we will get an error. So let me copy this one. So in this use effect hook, just I'm checking the value should be true. If it is true only, I'm just loading the existing data, right? So in this else scenario, I'm just adding the message, and also I'm going to redirect to our customer listing. You're not having access for edit. Okay. Okay, for this testing we can use the same admin user only. So let me remove this edit access. So if I'm trying to click this edit button, okay, it is allowing. So let me verify. I believe I missed something. Okay. Okay, fine. So in this use fight hook, I have to include this into our dependency. See, it is working. So anyway, let me do the drill once again. So currently I'm in the listing page. Listing page I'm not yet restricted. So if I'm clicking this edit, see, you don't have access for edit, and it is simply redirected into our listing page. Okay. So we have to apply the same thing. I mean the same condition check in our listing page also. So currently I'm having one link tag only. So instead of that, we can go with the button. I'm having one click event. Customer edit. Okay. So this is all about our function. So I'm going to define it here. So I'm going to copy this one. Okay. Edit. So instead of have add, I have to say have edit, right? And then the message should be you don't have access for edit. and the URL. So the URL should be like this, and it is having one parameter. Okay. So the whatever value coming as the parameter, we can include it here, and then in our function, let me use this ID. We can comment this one. Okay. I'm just saved this one. So if I'm clicking this edit button, see I'm completely get blocked. Okay. So now I'm going to provide the permission. I mean, just making this into true. Okay. So I just refresh. So if I'm clicking this edit button, so I'm able to use this edit page and save also, it is working fine. So we have applied for this add and edit. The final one is remove. Okay. For this remove also, what we supposed to do, I hope already we have the function. So let me check this one. Yeah, this handle remove was already there, right? We have to apply the similar logic. First we are checking have delete. Okay, let me take this one. I'm going to format it. So finally the message should be remove or else delete. Okay, so I'm just refreshing. I'm going to delete this one, Robert. So do you want to remove this customer? Yes. Okay, it is removed. So now I'm going to remove the access. Okay, so the same role. Okay, this customer menu. I just removed the delete access. Okay, let me refresh the screen once again. See if I'm clicking, you're not having access for remove. Okay, so let me mark everything into false. See, so if I'm clicking, you not have access for add, so you're not having access for remove and this edit also. And if you reverted everything, so you can add, then edit and also delete. Okay, so now we have completed this role-based authentication. Based on the user permission, we have managed the functionality of add, edit and also remove. And the similar way for this admin user, so if I'm removed this record, so that means the user don't have access for this customer menu. Okay, so currently I'm in the contact page, user, home, everything is fine. So if I'm going to this customer, saying it is you don't have access for this menu, so or else we can provide the menu name also. Okay, because we know, so in our custom hook we have this menu information, right? So we can say like this menu. So the same thing we can apply here also. So let me save this one. So again I'm going to click this customer. So see the message, you are not authorized to access this menu customer. Okay, okay, so now we have covered this view access also, correct? So let me check my document once again. So even handling already we have covered, right? And then hook section, hooks in React, use state, use effect, use navigate, and then custom hook and props. So everything is completed. And here load listing from the array, JSON server, consume data from the API, form validation, handling, put, post, delete, get request, bootstrap. So everything is completed. Okay, the next one is error handling. So in our application, wherever we are calling the services, so I have included this catch block. If there is any error, we will get the complete error information. Okay. So in this real-time scenario, we can capture these errors using some services. So based on that, we may generate some log files or else we can store in the DB. Okay. That's all about the error handling. And the next one is React Dev Tool. It is a kind of extension in our browser. See, so this is the extension. Okay, so you have to include in our browser. So basically it is used for inspecting and see the components and it is elements. Okay, let me show you. Once you included this extension, you can see this component option. See the structure. So, first one is the app component, then inside that we have this browser router, then router, navigation provider. So we have some several links. So finally we have this customer. Okay, so the similar way, if I'm going to the user page, see the user listing component, and in this user listing component, what are the props was there and hooks. So I have declared many state, but there is no prop. Okay, and the same way it will show the complete structure. And now let me go to some other pages. Okay, so here, see, so the first one is the contact. Okay, and here we have some state, there is no props. So if I'm going to the contact list, see in these props I have several items, the text list, title, email, add object. These are the props, and there is no states are declared. Okay, so in this way we can check everything. That's what we are including this React Dev tool. And the next one is toast notifications. So this is for creating the traditional notification. So that also we already covered. First we have installed the packages and we did some small kind of configuration. Then we have to import this toast that should be available in the React Toastify packages. So it has the extensions like a warning, error and success. So we used many areas. Okay, so this is one of the example. And the next one is consuming secure .NET Core Web API by passing the JWT tokens. And this one also kind of very important thing. Why? Because mostly in this real-time scenario, we are going to have this kind of services only. Okay. So in our application, so I have called the services many areas. So if you're looking for any difference, there is no difference. So we have to just change the endpoint. Okay. So instead of this JSON server API endpoint, we have to use this .NET Core API endpoint. Okay. At the same time, we have to pass this JWT token. So this token should be generated when you are logging the application. It is having some kind of expiration time. So until it is expired, it will work. Okay. So I'm having one created .NET Core application. So it is in the running mode. For our example, I'm going to consume these customer services. So it is not returning the data. It is unauthorized. Okay. So we have to pass the token. So let me copy this URL and in this postman and the request is the get request only. So if I'm sending the same response only I'm getting. So in this header section, we have to pass this token. The key value is authorization. Okay, in this value section, we have to pass the token. So first let me generate the token. Okay. So in the same services, we have this authenticate API admin. See, it is returning this JWT token and our token type is bearer. So the prefix we have to include this one bearer and then space and our token. Okay. So if I'm trying to execute this one, see it is returning the data. Our status also 200. Okay, fine. The same API only I'm going to implement in our application. And if you are new for this .NET Core Web API, I have created the separate video for that. That video link also I will share in this description. Okay. Now let me go to my application. Here I'm going to create one component. So if I'm using the same component, obviously I will miss something. Okay. I'm going to provide the name is associate. So let me check the fields. I believe we have the limited fields only. Okay, ID, name, email, phone number, and credit limit. Okay, it should be actually a header only, t head. So basically this tr we can load it from our services. Okay, so now let me consume our services. So before that I am going to declare this use effect hook with zero dependency, and also I'm going to declare one use state variable also. So these steps are already we have followed many times, so that's what I'm not spending much time here. So we can directly go with an API. So let me call this load method from here, and we can include in our associate side. Okay, so here the first thing is we have to change this URL. Okay, API URL. Let me change this one, and then response. If it is not equal to okay, return false. And also I'm going to include this response into our, so we can check, right, list update. And in our routing side, let me include this component, and the path name is associate. Okay, so let me copy it. See, now nothing is loaded, and if you checked in this console, so we are getting these exceptions, failed to fetch, and this origin also blocked from our API. Okay, I'm getting this cars error. Okay, then I have to do one small change in our API also for enabling the cars. Basically, it is not related to React. It's all about the API point of view. But anyway, let me do this one also. Okay. So in this origin section, we have to include our application URL also. Okay. Localhost 3000. So let me run our API once again. So let me refresh the screen once again. See now. So the cars error got resolved. See what response actually we are getting. So the response is okay false, and the status code is 401. Okay, so in this scenario we can serve one custom message. If response dot status 401, okay, toast, I supposed to include it. So the message should be access. Okay, and also we can redirect into our home page, and if you are in not logged in, it is obviously going to redirect into our login page. The status code 401. See, it is simply redirected. So again, if I'm trying to give the URL associate, okay, simply it is saying unauthorized to access. Okay, so in this case, we have to pass this JWT token. That is our primary intention also. So here I'm going to pass one object. Okay, so in this object we can pass our header, and in this header section we are passing this authorization token, and as I mentioned, our token type is bearer, and then one small space. Then we have to pass our token. So let me hard code on value token the empty. So whatever value is coming here, let me include it. Okay, and let me generate the token once again. Mostly our old token may be expired. Admin user admin. I'm going to hard code this token in our application. So again, I'm going to this associate page once again. See, currently no error. So basically we will get the records. Actually, I'm not binded. Okay. Okay, we have added. Once it's done, let me generate the for loop here. First, we can have this conditional template section. So after that, then let me generate the for loop also. For that, we have this map option. Then let me move this tr inside, and in this tr as the parent div, I mean this parent element. So here we can include this key option, item.id, I believe. That's id. All are small letters only except this credit limit. And then let me include all the div. Okay, credit limit. See, all the values are getting binded. Okay, so that means we have one secured .NET Core Web API. So by passing the token, we are able to fetch all the data, and then finally we have binded in our application. Okay, and the very important thing is, so currently I just hard coded these tokens. Okay, so in this real-time scenarios, basically we will get this token in this login time. Okay, so in our login method already we have called this, what is called our JSON-SERVER API. So based on that only we are doing all the activities. Okay, at the end I'm going to call this authentication method in our .NET Core Web API for generating the token. Okay, so that means we are not required to give the token as the static value. So let me create one more function here. So in our success scenario, we can call this function. So in this function, fetch then our endpoint. Okay, this is our endpoint, and this is the first method. So we have to pass some object here, and the first one is method post, and then header. So in this header we can pass the content type. Okay, application bar JSON, and finally body. So in this body, so let me convert this into stringify. Okay, the capital one. Okay, so here we can pass our object. So instead of this admin user, we can pass the value of ID, and this password we can use the exact password. So the data will be available in the use state only. So that's what I'm using like this. So then the response. So first I'm checking the response equal to OK. So then only I'm just converting the response into JSON. So once I'm having the response, I'm going to include in this token. So the value should be JWT token. Okay. So once it's done, we can get the token value from our local storage. Okay. So let me go to our associate side. So instead of this hardcode value, so let me get from the local storage. Okay. Local storage dot get item. The key value should be token, and then I'm checking not equal to null. So then we can directly get the value from our local storage. So the else scenario value should be empty. And also in our useEffect hook side, if it is empty, we're not required to call our API. Okay. So we can directly say it is the unauthorized access and we can redirect into our home page. Okay, these are the warnings. Okay. So anyway, the learning purpose, I have included everything. So in this real-time scenarios, we can do some cleanup activities also. So anyway, let's see. Okay, it will say unauthorized only because I'm not yet logged in once again. Admin. So let me change our credential in the db.json also. Otherwise, it is not going to match in our web API. Okay. So ID is admin. I can give admin user. So admin user and admin. So if I'm going to the associate menu, okay, let me check in the local storage. Okay, token, I am added some undefined value. So let me verify from our login.json, I mean login.js file. Okay, here I made a mistake. So admin user, admin. Okay, now we have the valid token. So then I believe it will work. Okay, here what happened? Okay, let me move this function into our useEffect hook. Okay, I'm going to provide the URL once again. Okay, console, I'm getting this value. So then I made a mistake. Okay, so in this if condition, not equal to empty. So let me remove this one. Okay, these are the concentration issue. We are missing some logics. Obviously, we are getting this error. See, I believe it will work. See, I'm not hard coded anything. So even though if I'm log out, I'm trying to log in once again. Admin. So it will generate the new token. So obviously it will work. So instead of providing this URL, we can include one menu also. So after this customer, I can give like associate. And associate it is working. Okay, great. Now we almost completed everything. Yeah. Okay, the final one is data storage. Okay. So for the data storage purpose, currently we have used this local storage. The similar way we can use the session storage also. And the only difference, if you are close the browser, the session storage value should be removed. At the same time, if you are using the local storage, the data will be available around 30 days. Until you are forcibly clearing this local storage value, the data should be available. Okay, this is the difference. And the effective way is for storing the data. So we should go within the Redux pattern. So that I'm not going to cover in this video. Maybe I will create the separate video series as soon as possible. Okay, and this real-time example scenario also mostly we have covered. Okay, so now we are in the end of the video. Still, if you have any doubts or clarification, please post in the comment box. And also please don't forget to subscribe my channel. If possibly try to join our membership for the support. Okay, so I'm looking for more members after creating this video. And the one more thing, if you are looking for any special topics related to this React.js, please post in the comment box. Then I will give some priority for that. So current scenario, I'm mainly focusing on this Angular application and React then .NET Core. So possibly we can move on some other technologies also as soon as possible. Anyway, thank you guys. I hope you got some better idea about this React.js after watching this tutorial. Thank you. Thanks for watching.